focusing on like trunks and branches and other things like that. And notice how if you get something like this Douglas fir that's just like super big, you can come in here and you can adjust the scale of it in order to adjust how about right here though. This one got you can edit all of these different things in here in order to kind of adjust things like the scale of your tree or the different scale variations or other things like that. But probably one of the things you're going to want to get most familiar with is the presets down here. So if you click this drop down or pop up in this case and select different presets, you're going to get different results. Notice how with this tree right here though, this one got created and it's just a bunch of lines. And so if you ever get a tree that's created with a bunch of lines, just make sure you're in the geometry drop down. You can just check the box to bevel in order to create those 3D branches. So this preset right here is going to allow you to select different kinds of trees. So pines, maples, there's a bunch of different kinds of trees, and we'll talk in a minute about how to add leaves to them. For right now, we're focusing on like trunks and branches and other things like that. And notice how if you get something like this Douglas fir that's just like super big, you can come in here and you can adjust the scale of it in order to adjust how big that tree is going to be created. But for now, let's just go with the small maple tree. And so you can use this to adjust the size of your tree and some of your secondary shapes. You can also go into the branch radius option in order to adjust things like the scale of your branches, so how big they're going to be. You can see how you can make them wider or narrower using this slider, as well as the radius of those using this slider right here. And so some of these do some kind of odd things. You need to be a little bit careful with them. Like this one, for example, takes these and makes them into tubes. But if you ever get something in here where you don't like the result, just mouse over the value that you had in here and just hit the backspace key in order to reset that to its default settings. So you can use the branch radius to adjust the size. You can use the branch splitting. And notice how I'm getting that weird result again. I'm just going to go back into my branch radius and just set this back to 0 again. Into my branch. You can use the branch radius to adjust the size. You can use the branch splitting. And notice how I'm getting that weird result again. I'm just going to go back into my branch radius and just set this back to 0 again. And then in your branch splitting, you can use this to adjust how many branches you have inside your model. So this one, for example, you can see how as I adjust the number of levels, I'm getting more and more branches in here, but you have to be really careful because this can create a lot of branches. And generally speaking, and it kind of depends on what you're doing, you don't always want all of the branches to be created at this level of detail because it's just going to slow your model down. So I'm going to bring this back to a level of 2. But there's other things in here you can adjust as well, like the different angles of the different leaves. I find myself doing a lot of trial and error in here on this just to kind of adjust my tree to what I want it to be. So branch growth allows you to kind of adjust the way the branches are growing in here. So you can adjust different lengths and other things like that. So again, just a lot of different things you can adjust in order to customize your trees. I'm going to skip to
you think I don't
at this point, because the leaves is something that a lot of people want to add to their trees. So when you go to the leaves setting, you can notice how there's no leaves in here right now. So if you want leaves, you can check the little box right here for show leaves. So when you do that, what that's going to do is that's going to add leaves to your tree. And you can adjust these so that they're rectangular or different kinds of faces if you want them to. So that one gets a little bit weird. That's putting a bunch of bonnies in here as leaves. So again, just kind of play around with this a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave it as, we'll leave it for hexagonal as of right now. You can use this to adjust the number of leaves that are in here. So you can use this to make these really more realistic, but you need to be careful just because again, that could be a lot of geometry inside your model. So you can adjust the rotation and other things with your leaves in here as well. So we'll talk in a minute about how I can add a material to these leaves. So in this video, I'm not going to get too far into the armature or animation settings. I believe the animation setting allows you to animate the tree so that the branches and leaves actually move. We can talk about that in a future video if there's enough interest. But for now, what I want to do is talk about how to texture these. So there's really a couple different ways that you can do this. So the easiest way is obviously going to be to texture these with colors. So to texture these with colors, all you have to do is select these, go into your material properties, and just add a new material. and then just adjust the color. So that's very simple. There's nothing new to that. We've done that a bunch of different times. You can do the same thing for your leaves. So you can create a new leaf material with a color right here. But a lot of the time what you want to do is you want to actually apply textures to these different objects. And so there's really two pieces in here that we're going to talk about. The first is how to apply a texture to your leaves, right? Because right now your leaves are just like color by a texture. And so there's really two is you want leaf material times. You could do the same thing for your leaves. So you could create a new a bunch of different times. So that's very simple. There's nothing new to add a new material. Texture these with colors. All you have to do is select these, be to texture these with color. A couple different ways that you can do this. So the easiest way is obviously going to be to texture these with colors. So to texture these with colors, all you have to do is select these, go into your material properties and just add a new material and then just adjust the color. So that's very simple. There's nothing new to that. We've done that a bunch of different times. You could do the same thing for your leaves. So you could create a new leaf material with a color right here. But a lot of the time what you want to do is you want to actually apply textures to these different objects. And so there's really two pieces in here that we're going to talk about. The first is how to apply a texture to your leaves, right? Because right now your leaves are just like colors with little hexagons on them. But you can come in here and you can actually, in the shading section, you can add a texture to those leaves. So if we go into shading, so this is a leaf set that I've downloaded from CCO Textures, and we can talk, and so I will link to this in the notes down below. There's a number of different kinds of leaves that you can
branch. Oh no，冇晒啊！太舊啦，頂2年前嘅嘢咯，原來係啊。
that you can download in here.
考下。啊！搞壞啊！
And then we're just going to map them to our leaves on our tree. So to start off, and I will link to a video about how to quickly create this principle.
你重嘅係點樣？紅樹嘅葉係大概好似唔係咁啊。嘅事啊。我突然間好得晒憶咯，我突然間唔知呢棵樹叫咩名咯，係咪松樹？好似咁，可能唔係。我係咩嚟嘅？啊！慘過金魚。落。真係咩事？都唔記得。等咩？ 咩冇名嘅我睇咩？參數參數，呢就係參數。參木科喎，參數嘅樹葉係一支支。參數嘅英文，參數有風水睇。冇啊，冇啊 ，no。但係佢有呢隻，呢隻有啲似，因為佢呢隻係針葉。呢隻似 1K 算，我要單 JPEG，係 MPEG。
Quick look, because this video is only
that and
BSDF setup using Node Wrangler, but I'm just going to do a Control-Shift-T, and then I'm just going to select my different leaves by doing a shift click and click on Principled Texture Setup. And so what that did is that quickly set up this principled texture. So now, if we were to go into Material Preview mode, you can quickly set up this principle and click on Principle. Just going to select, going to do a Control-Shift-T.
Control-Shift。What the fuck？ 佢一嘢裝晒所有嘢上去啊！哇！真係可以咁樣一嘢裝晒落去，哇！ the fuck！ 佢連 displacement map 都喺度啊！哇！咁個。
And then I'm just going to select my different leaves by doing a shift click and click on Principled Texture Setup. And so what that did is that quickly set up this principled texture. So now, if we were to go into Material Preview mode, you can see how this has been applied to these leaves, but it's not in here quite right? So it's being kind of tiled across these, and they don't look very good. One of the cool things about this add-on is it sets everything up with the UVs properly. So if I was to go into UV editing, in that tab, notice how if I select all of these leaves, they all get kind of stacked together on top of each other. Well, what that means, and I'm going to click this little drop down and I'm going to set this to be a color map, is that means that I can select this and I can size it, so I can scale it along the x-axis. I can actually size it. So that these leaves get aligned with the leaf texture that's in here. So now if I look at this and I look closely at these leaves, you can see I have a leaf texture that's being applied on here. And so I'm going to tab back into edit mode. And so you can use this to quickly map textures onto these leaves. Obviously these leaves are maybe a little longer and narrower, so it might be good to get a different texture that's in here, but you can see how this is pretty easy to do. And so on the other hand, if we tried to do the same thing with a bark material from CCO Textures, so I have a tree bark material that I've downloaded. But you can see how if you look at this one, it doesn't get mapped in quite the same way, right? So you have some issues in here with the way that this is mapped out. And so that's because if we were to tab into this object in object mode or in edit mode, if you look at this, this is actually made up of a number of different curves, right? So it's not actually made up of geometry right now. It's made up of a curve that then is getting a thickness applied to it inside of the object. Well, what we can do is if we go back into layout mode for a second, we select our trunk, we can go to object, convert to, and then we want to say mesh from curve. And so if we do a convert to mesh from curve and then tab into this, notice how what this has done is this is now applied, instead of this being a curve, this is now in here as actual geometry. So it took that curve that was displaying as geometry and it's now in actual geometry. So it and then tab in from curve for a second. Well, what we can do then is, right, or an edit same way. But you can see how if you look at this one,
Oh.個 P feel 佢都要食。
About leaf shading.
one, it doesn't get mapped in quite the same way, right? So you have some issues in here with the way that this is mapped out. And so that's because if we were to tab into this object in object mode or in edit mode, if you look at this, this is actually made up of a number of different curves, right? So it's not actually made up of geometry right now. It's made up of a curve that then is getting a thickness applied to it inside of the object. Well, what we can do is if we go back into layout mode for a second, we select our trunk, we can go to object, convert to, and then we want to say mesh from curve. And so if we do a convert to mesh from curve and then tab into this, notice how what this has done is this is now applied, instead of this being a curve, this is now in here as actual geometry. So it took that curve that was displaying as geometry and it's now in here as actual geometry. So now if we go back into our UV editing, we can scale this so that our bark material is being created in a more appropriate way. So you can make more adjustments to this to make this tile a little bit better, but overall this allows you to quickly add materials to both your trees and your leaves inside Blender. So leave a comment below and let me know what you thought. Was this helpful to you? Did you know this add-on was available? I just love having that conversation with you guys. If you like this video, please remember to click that like button down below. If you're new around here, remember to click that subscribe button for new Blender content every week.
屌，勁好課，因為佢係 1K， 你遠睇係 OK 嘅。
that as a mask to mix two color. Same thing for the normal map, change are the same type. Display here in weight paint mode, I after the map value there. By going Shift A, adding in a fill bit using a color balance. And one thing that I
Under the geometry tab, you can save a preset once you've made something. So here's the tree I have saved. The important parts, I'm using a spherical shape. And then in these other areas, most of these settings I haven't touched, but I have chosen some splitting sections to have it split higher because I want this to just be a bubble tree. Same for growth, I think I messed with a few things, but it's not changing much. Pruning matters, that has defined this curve, that defines some of the shape. And then it doesn't save leaves being on by default, because you can get too many of them. Also, under splitting, it didn't save my third level of splitting, because, again, that really ups the performance cost. So I probably have too many leaves, but we'll talk about that later. So that is where my tree came from, I haven't really changed it beyond that. I have chucked this material on the trunk, and I'm just going to show it to you really quick, it's pretty simple. And we're not going to be talking about the trunk, we're going to stick to leaf shading for this one, and that's going to be just hidden most of the video. So let's take a look at where we're starting with this shader, which is not much of anywhere. It's a very simple pure white diffuse, no roughness. In fact, in Eevee, the roughness slider doesn't even do anything, so it wouldn't matter if there was. And we have two lights acting in our scene, our sun lamp and our world lighting. To get good artistic results, we need to have full control over our values and colors and understand exactly what goes into them. Right now, we've got a bunch of gray. Why exactly do we have that? Well, it's a combination of our sun settings and world settings. And we don't want a bunch of gray. What we want is for it to be black where there's no light, up to pure white where it is fully lit and facing the light source. So the first thing I'm going to do is pin my material nodes here so that when I click over to other objects with different materials, it doesn't change my node tree. Now I'm going to expand a new shader editor, but this one I'm going to set to world to let us get full access to our world settings. We can get those on the side here, but I'm going to leave that to be our sun settings. Let's expand that, and with our sun lamp selected now, we can pin this as well. So now I keep access to my sun settings and world and shader regardless of what is selected. Now let's get these lights sorted out. Our background, aka world, aka ambient light, is pure white, but with a strength of only 0.1. The color is multiplied by the strength. So 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 0.1 is 0.1. Also, I've got this set to show on the background, which is done here. Otherwise, we get a default HDRI, which we don't want. So I'm going to set that to nothing so that we can look at only the sun. For the sun lamp, we have several settings to worry about. What we want is for it to be pure white on angles that are facing the light directly. That gives us the best gradient of lighting. So what settings do we need for that? The color, well, it's the color. Then we have the strength. Higher strength, of course, is going to get us closer to white. And we can kind of see, if we look at this, that at some point we pass over it, where the white starts here, but it's really hard to eyeball. And the angle kind of spreads the shading more around the surface. It's simulating more ambient light, I suppose. A light source that's really far away. And then we also have all this flickering nonsense. The flickering comes from these shadows, which we are mostly going to leave disabled for this video because Eevee shadows are just kind of crap, and you probably don't even want them for something like a stylized tree. And if you do, well, we'll talk about that later. For now, goodbye, shadows. And we're going to set our sun angle to 0 just to isolate this down to just the settings we need to have a clean light gradient. So the question is, what light strength so that a face that is pointing right at the sun, right at the light source, has a value of 1. And then everything else has a lower value all the way down to unlit. And what exactly defines an unlit face, we'll talk about later. And note that another way of phrasing this question is, what light strength makes it so that a face pointed directly at the light has a diffuse shading where it is the same color as the light's color? If this was blue, this is now value 1 blue, so pure blue, and even though our diffuse shader is white, we're seeing pure blue shading. I know what strength we need, of course, but I'm going to show you.
Oh, 揾下佢 OK 先。
how to find out. First, we'll use shader to RGB to change our shader into color data, and then we will get a map node with greater than or less than or something where it is going to give us a mask based on the value going in. So it's black where this is not true, and it is white where it is true. So we can see that this whole area is brighter than value 1. So we want to adjust our light strength until nowhere is brighter than 1. We just want it equal to 1. So that's kind of hard to eyeball now, isn't it? So we could actually use compare instead, and set it to compare is equal to 1 with a low epsilon. This is how much of a margin to allow. So now we're seeing that, like, it's something in here. We've just passed it. We're just below it or just after it. And we can kind of like start messing with this number, trying to find exactly when this is equal. We can even turn down the epsilon even more. So at the middle of that, we can see that there's a bit that is not within range. So that means we're too high. And now, I guess nothing. I guess we're about there. Huh. Does this number look familiar to anybody? What we've discovered is that the correct strength to have pure white on facing surfaces is actually pi, which you can just type pi in and hit enter, and it will give you pi to a reasonable amount of decimal points. So that is the light strength that we want to work with on our sun lamp. And check this out. I'm going to put my 2D cursor at about the halfway point, and we can do pi times 2, and now we can see that the light strength being doubled has moved the place where we hit. Now we can see that about the halfway point, and we can do pi times 2. And now we can see that the light strength being doubled has moved the place where we hit pure white to halfway in between. We can confirm that with our greater than. And if we did pi times 4, now it's 3/4 of the way.
Greater than 1.
So there's a linear relationship here. So the appropriate strength of a sun lamp to give us pure white at the most exposed, all the way to black at the least, or pure whatever our sun color is strength pi. But note, this is only the case for sun lamps. For point lamps, it's totally different because point lamps have fall off based on distance. So what strength you need a point lamp to be to get you pure white at any given distance totally depends on the distance of the light from the surface and the fall off settings and radius and all that kind of stuff. But we're only working with a sun lamp here. If you're trying to do some sort of weird like nighttime scene of trees lit with like street lamps with fall off, then you're going to need another solution. But presumably you're going to light trees with a sun, and really for most NPR shading in EV, you're going to need to work with a sun lamp because you just don't have very good controls with the others. So that's the color and strength balance. Now what about angle? What is this doing? As we turn this up, it's actually lighting further around the sphere. It's lighting faces that are pointed away from the light source. And this is kind of simulating if, instead of this just being parallel rays, if there's a bunch more maybe like ambience or bounce light. It's simulating a sky where light is actually coming from a lot of directions. Now this can be a bit weird because if shadows were enabled, this would actually be shadowing itself from the main light source. But we're not really going to worry about that right now. So we'll talk about this more in a bit, but for now we're going to leave it at 0. Now that we've got a very basic shader working, our next problem is that our leaves are just a total mess because it's just a bunch of planes. From some angles they look okay, from other angles they're just black. And this is because of a bunch of issues, but mostly it's that the geometry is very simple and the normals are not doing anything interesting. we've got a mix of front faces and back faces in there. We take a look at the normal from the geometry node, it's just a mess all around. You know, on our sphere, it's fairly clean, but then here we've got some stuff that's up, some stuff that's down, and it's just no good. And if we go down to our back facing, we can see that on some of these, we're looking at the front face and some of the back face. We are using auto smooth and we are on shade smooth, but that doesn't really do anything when you just have flat planes. Since this is a stylized tree, we are going to use spherical normals. We're going to make the whole tree shade exactly like a sphere, which is part of why we have this comparison. I already have a normal edit modifier set up. We'll turn that on, and now when we render and look at the normals, it's looking a lot better. We can kind of see the same sphere shape. That's hard to say, but there's other problems going on. Normal edit projects the normals from a empty object. So we've got that here. We don't really need any special settings on the normal edit modifier. It's
Normal edit.
copy. This is
Oh,
just the
yeah.
default settings with this empty selected, and I positioned it in about the middle of the tree. So if you're familiar with normals, and if you're not, so get familiar before continuing, you'll recall that these colors are telling us which direction a face is pointing. Red indicates how much it's pointing on the positive X. -1 on red, which is black, it would be -1 on X. And green is Y-axis in the positive direction, blue is Z. But we're seeing a lot of green on this side, where it should be negative. Like, the program thinks this face over here is face should be blue is Z on an X. And green is where we're still pure white matter and our world I have saved, but you can save a preset once you've made something. So under the geometry look, because this video is only about leaf shading, under the geometry tab, you can save a preset once you've made something. So here's the tree I have saved. The important parts, I'm using a spherical shape. And then in these other areas, most of these settings I haven't touched, but I have chosen some splitting sections to have it split higher because I want this to just be a bubble tree. Same for growth. I think I've messed with a few things, but it's not changing much. Pruning matters. That save leaves being on by default because you can get too many of them. Also, under splitting, it didn't save my third level of splitting because, again, that really ups the performance cost. So I probably have too many leaves, but we'll talk about that later. So that is where my tree came from, and I haven't really going to show it to you. Leaf shade, which is roughness. That's the best gradient of lighting. So what settings do we need to modifier? To use spherical normals. We're going to make the whole tree shade exactly like a sphere. We are going to use when you just have flat planes. Since this is a stylized tree, we are going to use spherical normals. We're going to make the whole tree shade exactly like a sphere, which is part of why we have this comparison. I already have a normal edit modifier set.
Normal edit. 哦，呢度。
Set up. We'll turn that on, and now when we render and look at the normals,
Almost. Almost. Oh, sure. Oh.
it's looking a lot better. We can kind of see the same sphere shape. That's hard to say, but there's other problems going on. Normal edit projects the normals from a empty object. So we've got that here. We don't really need any special settings on the normal edit modifier. It's just copy. This is just the default settings with this empty selected, and I positioned it in about the middle of the tree. So if you're familiar with normals, and if you're not, you should go get familiar before continuing, you'll recall that these colors are telling us which direction a face is pointing. red indicates how much it's pointing on the positive x, -1 on red, which is black, it would be -1 on x, and green is y-axis in the positive direction, blue is z. But we're seeing a lot of green on this side, where it should be negative. Like, the program thinks this face over here is facing that direction, which is not correct. We are getting this because of back-facing problems. And that is because on a mesh level, the concept of a back face doesn't really exist. That's a
佢而家
shader
正常一度
concept.
向
And we're
上，
setting our normals on
但
the
佢
mesh
呢度
level.
計咗佢
So if we look
向
at like a
誒
simple
打
plane
橫。
in edit mode with normals on, we can see here's where the normal is facing. And the normal of the
而家係
back face
將
is
所有
just
嘅
the
面
opposite. It's the
反
inverse of
正
the normal of the front. It's going to be pointing this way by default. So when we do custom normals on a mesh level, it overrides the front face, and then the back face is the default behavior of just being the opposite of that. But that isn't good behavior here because we're trying to have this be a sphere, and because our normals on these planes that were generated by sapling are just
我
pointing
正
in
常
all
呢啲
sorts
位
of
唔
random
應該
directions.
係綠，
The solution
Looks
isn't
like
very
her
hard
wide,
because we
her
have
your
access
house.
to the back facing. We just need to invert the normal on the back facing. That way, it will actually be pointing in the same direction on both sides of the plane. In order to invert the normal, it's pretty simple. We'll get ourselves a color mix and set it on multiply and set the back facing to be the factor. So where it is a back facing, it gets this multiply. And we will multiply it by
vector 翻好嘅。
-1. That
Okay.
inverts the normal. And now when we turn that on, everything looks dandy. It matches our sphere quite well. I've cleaned that up, and now we'll plug it into our shader. And we have proper spherical shading. If we move our sun around,
哦，跟住呢個懟落去3樣嘢，跟佢懟落去個，就呢個就 OK， 然之後佢個 normal 就係跟翻住個身拉去 action 就發。
we're getting the same shading on our tree as we are on our sphere, which was the whole idea. So there are some downsides to this method. Our normals are dependent on the object location. Its scale and rotation don't actually matter. But it does mean for every tree, we need to have this object. So if we want to make lots of copies, like instanced copies of this tree, then we also need a copy of the object for every one of them. And the other downside is we lose access to the base normals, which does matter for texturing. Like if we want to use a leaf texture for a normal map or something like that. It doesn't matter for UVs, but it does for normal mapping. So we'll be coming back to this later as well, and looking at other options. Now that the shading doesn't look quite as terrible, we can talk about the world lighting. For now, I've set the sun lamp to 90 degrees on X and Z, which is pure horizontal lighting, as that makes it easy to see what we're doing. So, the world light, how exactly does it work? How does it interact with everything else? It is actually very simple. Whatever we're getting out of this is added to our shader. So here is a light strength of 0.3, because 1 times 0.3 is 0.3. And this is exactly the same as doing this. That. And that are identical. And actually, since we've done a shader to RGB, it's also identical just adding with a color node or even using a math node. It's all the same thing. And since that is identical, we can even do this. Instead, we can subtract and completely cancel out our world light. We can still see it in the background.
Oh.
So that goes up to 5, this will need to go up to 5. And this holds
true
true
even
even
file
if
嚟
there's
去
color involved. Like let's set that to be full blue, and now
用
we'll
花嚟去
subtract
determine 個 world light
0.5
what the
times
fuck？
blue from it, and we are back to our black to white.
誇張。
So using the world light at all is exactly the same as adding that to everything in your scene, and you have no way to control or stop it, because this is just built into the diffuse shader. We don't have a way to tell the diffuse shader to not be affected by the world light. We could cancel it out like this after, but that's a bunch of extra work and extra compile time and processing. And you can also cancel out the sun lamp as well by dividing by the sun color times normalized strength. We won't get into that because you just shouldn't do that. There is a better option, and that better option is the light path node. This is a node that does a lot more in Cycles than it does in Eevee, because in Cycles there's all sorts of light bounces and tracking light, but it still does some things, mostly these top outputs. Is-Camera Ray gives us a mask of if something is directly visible to the camera, which is another way of saying a mask between direct and indirect. So if we mix between two things based on this, then the one in the second socket is the one we actually see visually, and the other one is what's used for indirect things like light. So this lets us, say, have the light cast by the world be a different color than the light visible on the world, or more importantly, it lets us set it to 0 and just turn it off completely. So this is the sort of setup we use if we want to be able to control our background color or like put a texture back there or something, but not have it affect our shaders at all. Now again, this isn't something we can control on a per material level. That's just a limitation of Eevee. In other
Camera Ray
instances,
除分開咗背景
this
同
is just
埋
how it is for now. You could, of
光
course,
源咯。
delete the world entirely over here, and that's the same as just choosing black. So we're not going to go quite that far. So here's a handy node group I use, which is just this Is-Camera Ray mixing between different color and strength into one background shader. This isn't really different than mixing between two background shaders. It doesn't really matter. This just happens to be how I set this up. Different than mixing between two background shaders. It doesn't really matter. This just happens to be how I set this up. So this just makes it quick and easy to choose what our visible and direct and indirect settings are. Now, why is it so important not to have the world color interfering with our shader? I'll give you a quick and easy example, which is if we wanted to do something like a toon shader. Generally, a toon shader is done with a color ramp like this, and you do some amount of ramping to squish your shading into a narrower band of some sort. And this is based on the input black and white. So as soon as you use any amount of indirect light, you're changing what your original gradient values were, which means you're going to be changing your toon shader relatively. And that can get really weird depending on what your light is, because like colored light is effectively weaker, because RGB 111 equals value 1, which is what's going to be used here effectively. Whereas if you have less than that, it's the same as lowering the value. So what this means is that as you use the same asset in different lightings and different scenes, it doesn't change how bright the lit area is, but it changes the size of it, and it can change them in really wacky ways. So it just doesn't work. You need a consistent, normalized black and white shading gradient if you want to do a ramped toon shader. Now, we're not planning on using toon shading for this tree. You could, but I'm not going to because it doesn't need to be that complicated. But we are going to be using our shading mask for various things. Here is a quick example. We want to have different colors in the lit areas versus the shadows. So I'm going to pick a green here. This can be our main tree color. And then where it's going into the shadows, we're going to have it get a bit blue. And then we need to get our shading back, which means multiplying that by the shading color. And now in the most lit areas, we have our trees green, and then it shifts towards blue in the shadows. Coloring shadows like this or doing hue or saturation mixes is a really common part of stylized art. So we want the capability to do this. And again, once we start doing this, it's going to change it. And maybe that doesn't matter, maybe you want that, but if you want it to be consistent, then we have to have that normalized shading mask. All right, But what if you do want world light still? Well, it's not too hard to just do it in the material and ignore the usual world settings. So here I have a node group in the world nodes, and I'm going to connect all of these up. And all that's happening in this global values group is that I can set all of these parameters in the same place. And that means I can copy that and put this node group in my shader as well. And we did that. All that's happening, and I'm going to world settings. Well, to be consistent, then we have to have that normalized shading mask. All right, but what if you do want world light still? Well, it's not too hard to just do it in the material and ignore the usual world settings. So here I have a node group in the world nodes, and I'm going to connect all of these up. And all that's happening in this global values group is that I can set all of these parameters in the same place. And that means I can copy that and put this node group in my shader as well. And we did already mention the math involved here. It is color times strength, and then it is just a matter of adding that in before we multiply by our actual material color. And I'm going to disconnect it here and leave these at nothing. And now, and I'm going to display our actual well, means I can set, and all that's happening, and the usual world setting. Well, it's not too hard. All right, but what if you do want world light still? Well, it's not too hard to just do it in the material and ignore the usual world settings. So here I have a node group in the world nodes, and I'm the usual shading mask. Want it to be consistent, then we have to have that normalized shading mask. All right, but what if you do want world light still? Well, it's not too hard to just do it in the material and ignore the usual world
mental file
settings. Well, it's not consistent,
見到變出嚟啊
and maybe that doesn't matter, maybe you want that, but if you want it to be consistent, then we have to
呢個係
have
light
that normalized shading mask. All right, but what if you do want
呢三樣嘢係，之後呢個係個 light 做，呢個係 light color。What the fuck？ 佢呢個好似好過嗰個 RGB 分 channel 添。睇先，呢個係 R 啦。究竟
world light still? Well, it's not too hard to just do it in the material and ignore the usual world settings. So here I have a node group in the world nodes, and I'm going to connect all of these up. And all that's happening in this global values group is that I can set all of these parameters in the same place. And that means I can copy that and put this node group in my shader as well. And we did already mention the math involved here. It is color times strength, and then involved here in my, and that means that in the world nodes and ignore the usual world set. Well, it's not too hard to just do it in the material and ignore the usual world settings. So here I have a node group in the world nodes, and I'm going to connect all of these up. And all that's happening in this global values group is that I can set all of these parameters in the same place.
What the fuck? Free value, RGB。之後佢另外再整咗兩個 value。World color RG。
And that means I can copy that and put this node group in my shader as well. And we did already mention the math involved here. It is color times strength, and then it is just a matter of adding that in before we multiply by our actual material color. And I'm going to disconnect it here and leave these at nothing. And now, whatever I set in here, it's exactly the same as using the world, but only for the materials I've set this up in. So that is how we easily get material level control over world color and strength, but there are other aspects of using the world that might not be so simple. Like if you want to have it affect glossy reflections or more complicated stuff, it can get quite complicated if you want that to be global, because the world maps things in a certain way, and then you have to map those onto the objects the same way because this is material level, and it's a whole hassle. So usually when doing NPR, you're already not using the world, but if you want to use a tree like this, or like use the shader in some scene where you're doing like stylized PBR or something that does use it, then you need to be aware of these issues. For now, I'm going to move forward assuming that it's only going to be our own material level world. I'm going to come back to some of these later. Sun angle set that faces facing the light are faces which have a value of 0. They're not lit. Up, we can see that more faces are getting illuminated, even ones pointing away from the light. But the strength of the illumination is lower. In fact, use our world settings, 0.5 on the backwards. We can multiply this. If we, with a math node, we had other things in the scene that were using the same sunlight situation like light, but we are doing non-photorealism, and that means anything goes if it matches the style. But even within the realm of a fairly realistic style, in this use case of the tree, I do want this effect. And the reason I want that is because we are doing a stylization of a complex object that light can actually pass through. You know, in a real tree, light doesn't just
超多嘢，已經學呢半個鐘，我已經學撚咗一堆咯，好冇？黐線，好誇張。因為呢個係 determine 佢個 normal 咯。之後首先佢 tune shade 打佢已經，佢淨係玩呢個 constant。淨係玩兩隻色，之後佢搞 sunlight 同埋 material 之間嘅 reaction， 佢已經變咗一劈嘢。喂，佢已經要玩到落派咯，黐線！啊大屌！好難係嘛嗰啲嘢？啊，點解會咁難行嘅？啊，黐線！即係其實我已經覺得呢度啲嘢已經夠用啦，多喎，因為屌消化唔嚟，好牙聲呢半個鐘，真係好誇張喎，因為我派成12，佢都係唔得嘅。 得唔得啊？個 normal 係有少少啦，都係太細咯。佢都勁近你先，少少效果。normal 係。係。佢喺呢一度用 geometry 嘅 bad face 同 normal， 佢講咧將你樹嘅樹葉嗰啲反轉咗啊，即係已經 bad face 係做 factor 決定 normal 嘅 foul 嚟。答啊！最恐怖嘅係其實佢真係冇乜點搞嗰啲嘢嘅，佢係攞個 modifier，之後就落個 target 落去，呢、個 edit normal edit 啊 normal edit 可唔可以落個 curve 啊？咁即係 alpha 又係嗰隻 alpha face 就會變成咁嘅。但係攞條線去 determine 佢個陰影位點樣取決，點樣決定嗰一樣嘢，決定個陰影係點樣，一條線咁樣去決定去界個陰影出嚟咯，變成哇好誇張啊成件事啊！黐線半個鐘可以整死自己。啊！咁四打你真係要整死自己，真係好撚容易。realistic 都冇咁撚痛苦。佢仲有啲復古風嘅 tone shader 咁嘅。
You can end up with an ugly result like this, where the lines are sitting. And as I want.
When was the first time a video game truly made? When designing the space which characterizes Chinese Shanshe.
Texture. That's it for this basic ocean shape. Hi, I'm Christoph, and today we're going to
Oh.
We're not using that right now.
啊！呢個又好撚靚。啊！有彩風。我又開始卡喺 shader 度啦，屌卡咗成個月啦，啊都未停過啊，黐線！我覺得呢個 crowd 唔錯，呢個可以 stop 佢。我哋再開嗰個，啊 shader 呢啲真係要啊花好多心機去轉，去睇發生緊啲咩。 唉，佢呢度有一堆 notes，講緊呢一個 shader 係1年前。因為佢呢個係整現 back 嘅個。
Hi, I'm Christoph, and
Yeah,
today
it was
I'm going to show
icon.
you and gonna add an emission shader. Next up, this is actually that, and this will rotate. Go to Object,
用貼圖，用貼圖加呢個。
we're gonna add a
加
transparent
咩啦
shader,
啊
and
？image，
then the alpha is connected
Oh,
to
here's system
FAC. Okay,
alpha factor。
so we've got these black lines, and well, it's gonna make it easier. It's starting to look like something.
下邊
No. Okay. And that's it. So I really like the look of this. I'm also going to show you a more saturated version. If you would like to add shadows, basically paint in the shadows in your texture. That should
全
give
部
you
都
a
係唔
result.
使錢。
I'm going to share the blend files with you, so look for that in the description. And if you have ideas how this will work in Eevee or how to optimize this, let me know. I think you would also be able to add some flowers or other objects, but for now this grass looks really good. So I hope you enjoyed it, and talk to you later.
Something broken。我逐個
Hey
單。
everyone, my name is David from Line Boy Studio, and this is part 3 of our tutorial series on how to make a real-time toon shader in Blender 2.8. In this episode, we'll look at how we can achieve a
I'm done.
stylized metallic
眼睛。
and to do that,
Oh no！ Wait， 我同我自動播放住。
Hi, I'm Christoph, and today I'm going to show you how to
God.
make this stylized grass. I've been watching some Ghibli movies lately, and also my girlfriend has been playing Zelda Breath of the Wild. Really love this type of grass. I also saw this grass that apparently was in real time. This is in a game engine made by some Geo. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but this looks lovely. It looks like it's painted. So I wanted to make my own version of it, and I'm going to show you how I did it. So this is what the end result looks like in Blender. This is the render, and this is photoshopped post-processed. So this is the end result. And
我而家單挑晒嗰啲嘢嚟睇啊！屌。
so let's get started. So let's start by opening a new Blender file.
Render， 哇塞！
Delete the light. Gonna add a plane,
哦，
and this is gonna be the surface for our grass. Let's call this surface. And then we're gonna add a second plane.
Fuckers how to use manga shader。
And
以前佢有14個。啲啊黐線，好多嘢啊！啊，孖筋呢啲咧，哇，有3個 no group， 呢個 no group 係，哇好玩喎！啊 passion， 拉電啊！係啊，哇 ，OK， 咁佢啲 grid 咧，佢用2個 wave， 用 wave， 恐怖。wave 哦，2個 wave， 認真咩？佢啲格仔係點樣整出嚟啊？佢用 wave 去整出嚟。唔係喎，佢呢個 wave 係 determine 個 boundary。Scaling UV normal。係啊，好明顯係呢一個 affect 到嗰啲格仔啊。係咯。但係佢點樣做到要用 wave 去整？哇！黐孖筋真係大開眼界。High sky， 我覺得 grave 佢個格仔應該喺呢度整啦。哇！黐孖筋哦，黐線。如果我係搞緊隔離嗰個，哦13啊13，等陣先，呢個係8啊嘛。哦，打電啊，好複雜啊！呢條友癲㗎，好過啊！就睇下佢個 glass。Alpha 應該係薄過呢邊。睇下先，個 Alpha 係點樣？個天空我都想試下整。Alpha。多咗張圖，係咪因為個物條？啊！ 佢而家個 alpha 有問題。
I'm going to share the blend files with you, so look for that in the description. And if you have ideas how this would work in Eevee or how to optimize this, let me know. I think you would also be able to add some flowers or other objects, but I think you would also be able to really like the look of this. I'm also going to
因為 alpha
show
map
the
啊，
saturated version.
因為佢將 alpha map
Like
亂
to add shadows.
個 path，
You
跟住
basically
咁
paint in the shadows in your texture, and that should give a good result. I'm going to share the blend files with you, so look for that in the description. And if you have ideas how this would work in Eevee or how to optimize this, let me know. I think you would also be able to add some flowers or other objects, but for now this grass looks really good. So I hope you enjoyed it, and
將 glass 係 grass 係單純自己 cut 出嚟。A 啊！好誇張啊！呢只係咪我想要咧？其實係你唔需要仔細睇。呢邊就惡咯，因為我教咗 Alpha Clip 啊嘛。咗先。我諗下先 ，Geometry No， 我而家想將佢嘅顏色 random 藍，即係我想試下，如果我想試下佢嗰個particle system 嗰邊 work 唔 work？用 geometry 跟住分開啊嘛。但係佢呢一個用喺 Eevee 嗰邊用呢個 geometry nodes 嘅前提之下，就係嗰多件 object 係同一樣嘢，即係佢係獨立嘅，但係佢唔係負嘅，佢係單純喺一件 object 入，都係同一個 smash， 但係佢係完全分開嘅，佢冇 connection。咁我見到佢連 geometry nodes group 佢都可以做到，個 wall 佢都做到 brick wall 佢都做到嘅時候，覺得 hair simulation 咪 hair system 佢一定做咁順邪。就 記得呢度要打翻去 scratch。random island， 之後咧 object 呢度又再整 vertex， 呢度一個 geometry。UV 如果 cut 走呢個會發生咩事？佢而家係 color different。no。再將呢個 random 踢落嚟呢度，然後再 vertex 駁落去張相度會點？非常之好，大家都係同一隻色啦，而家都係 factor， 係啦。呢個係 glass 啊嘛，hair 唔得 ，particle system 唔得。香港打個 color ramp， 將呢個 factor vertex。發生緊啲嘢？好啦，呢個係咩？多咗張圖。哦，呢個係 how to view 係嘛？random。random。mix， 咁個 factor 邊個喺呢度做？哇！哦，我將 factor 我冇，然後佢彈。係有啲，唔知點解佢都係淺色咯，同埋你仔細睇佢都係炒炒地嘅，又唔可以純色嘅，將 texture 幾味。咦，得咗啦！因為佢呢張係 mission 嚟嘅。即係佢會發光嘅，咁我成日呢張都玩 emission。Not working. Vertex maybe. Oh, factor. How about factor? Nope. 我頭先係點樣整到啊？ build STF dot worthless。哈。A 係啊，如果我唔用咧，呢個卡啊搭落去，誒有深淺顏色嘅，但係好暗。點解咧？因為佢唔顯白觀。同埋佢有 detail， 嗰啲 texture 嘅 detail 變壞。佢呢度係佢原本嗰一個檔係純粹黑顏色嘅啫喎，佢分分鐘佢連個 UV 佢 UV 純粹搭落去，跟住攞顏色嘅啫。佢係，所以佢啲嘢先會咁 low resolution 噶嘛。真係要攞嘅，佢係純粹攞個 alpha， 即係呢張 map 其實係顏色嚟嘅。咁我可能試下，我將呢一個顏色攞佢出嚟，又攞呢呢個係 normal。咁佢將 normal 咧佢將 normal 喺邊啊？佢冇出過張 normal， 但係佢張 normal 佢係有喺度喎。我見唔到佢張 normal 嘅嘛？佢張 normal 去咗邊啊？好癲喎！佢講緊佢呢張圖，佢純粹喺個 cap 圖再 cap 出嚟嘅。癲啊！Oh what? Maybe this is what I need. I don't know. 我而家有一個 randomize 嘅顏色，有呢個 diffuse， 然之後我可能喺呢度落個黑白，我走咗佢先。咪會係黑色咧？呢個係做派先。佢仲有 normal 可以玩咯。我啱啱睇過半個鐘已經玩到好多嘢啊！屌，學到好多嘢，好誇張啊！成件真係 tutorial 好恐怖。係啦，咁咧我而家就可以教啊，但係佢哋呢一個係 determine 啊。咩去 determine？ 佢攞呢張圖，呢張圖係 determine。睇唔明咯，佢顏色交換上面佢係點樣做到出嚟？我呢個可唔可以校一校嗰啲？我記得可以就咁掟落去，就將呢度校翻咗黑白佢，咁係紅色嘅點？可以咁啊？咩感覺 ？Roughness normal。等佢而家係咪因為個 geometry？即係佢唔係因為個 material？唔通我要整個 realize？ realize material base realize set material set base， 因為佢 geometry 有 reaction， 佢整個 visualize 佢，但係佢呢邊係冇啊，但係佢都識別到喎，係咪因為純 color 嘅關係？都係咩啊 ？realize set material， 我試下就咁掟個 set material， 有咯 glass 嘅，因為呢個係整體顏色啊嘛。但係如果我講緊我呢個我都冇連上去喎，喺呢度搞啊！我諗佢啲黑色喺邊度嚟？Alpha clip 啊嘛 ，self shadow， 想要 shadow 其實 out 咗個 shadow 去。即係佢頭先係一直都 bug 咗嘅，但係點解佢會校到顏色咁樣得？等陣先啲咩嚟啊 ？MMD 嚇 ，what the fuck？ 哦頂，呢個係 MMD。fuck 未？怪之 DM 唔見晒一啲。咁佢 no shadow， 佢梗係有啲嘢完全變黑咗。同埋佢將 normal 係用喺邊度啊？喺個佢嗰個係 in 打嚟喎，佢嗰個係熒光材質嚟。random， 你冇連有膠啊嘛。咗呢個。佢而家係乜都冇變，佢係有啲 dark 啊，但係乜都冇變咯，就係佢呢邊完全黑添。發生緊啲咩事？呢個嘅存在我冇連任何嘢嘅喎。我連咗去 roughness。究竟你邊度出咗問題啊？乜你係咁嘅？呢度我冇教過任何嘢喎，咁呢度 cut 咗佢都係冇影響咯。佢都仍然係有喎。object 咧 ？What the fuck is happening here？ 呢個校到最光都係冇用噶，佢都係有啲係暗到乜嘢咁樣。佢用貼圖，佢用貼圖去整啊。Maybe this is the direction that I'm forward to 貼圖，用張 alpha 去搞咯。即係我而家係要揾 alpha glass 嘅 alpha。嘅alpha Pass Alpha。然之後我會想落個正式落去，之後我想再試多一鑊。M 劈啊嘛〜1張 glass 啊 ，3 哇。Yes. And save. Stop. Okay. That's glass. Out. Then 消失咗，啊 fuck。 fuck， 點解係導演？somehow。跟 normal 係攞嚟貼。不過導得意啊！睇唔明咁緊。佢係懟落去張，應該係懟落去嗰個 def。Enter object 咁嚟。但啊，一係擺正。將佢啲嘢 加咗 buff。但係佢冇得。如果我呢個教 Canberra 嘅話咧，成件事都好惡嘅。佢鏡面嘅係啊 ，Canary 佢冇得將啲 picture。因為咁樣睇好靚啊，但係咁樣睇就開始靚嘅，因為佢係一個純粹嘅平面，我可以咁樣90度。而家你會咁，大家都係同一樣嘢，因為你係 generate， 會唔會搞掂？哦 ，problem solve。啊，之後咧 counting 得個1000幾啊，但係咁樣啦成件事。就係咁啦，比較大啲都緊啲咩？我唔知自己嘅 expectation 係乜嘢，唔知自己想做咩唔同。因為佢呢張 texture 我就已經係alpha。我想將呢一堆草嗰個色差咗明度，唔記得咗啊！屌，喂你，即係我都好想試下玩呢個。tree 啊！我喺度諗緊場景外嗰啲背景嘅樹點樣整，雲喎，哦，fuck，多嘢玩。病。加入 random 深爆 random file track 開一個落去 factor 落去邊個 factor 啊？Oh, don't care. Let's try. Okay. 有一個 random 啦。冇搞得，咁呢個就-1，呢個就1。random 有咁多嘅係數。就開白色，佢完全得，佢就唔知點解會有啲暗暗搞過。哇！啲草要發光啊！個色差又可以校一校，校啲黃色嘅草。落去一個，睇下會有咩發生。Zero 佢就會有啲顏色上面嘅 random 啊，我唔需要咁，個效果都一樣。可以將所有嘢都掟晒落去玩個 random 啦，因為呢個就係顏色咯，Part K 咁樣，呢個就可以唔使搞啦，你就會有唔同顏色嘅草啦，又係咯，跟住你喺呢度可以去校，就係顏色嘅深淺，呢個係佢嘅光度 vector。可以校佢嘅數量，校500，夠啊！跟住你唔想幅圖咁 realistic，你可以直接喺呢度攞好強行地將佢變成個分離色系。深色嘅冇錯，個 cons 都唔係 tone shader，tone shader 冇咁 detail。我可能試下將呢個懟入去 Who knows？ 我將呢個 glass 將做一樣咧，咁而家啲草咧就會俾光照到啦。都唔係好流落。OK， 因為佢上面冇獸面啊。我要諗嘅係咩咧？佢個 random 一係喺個好多坑可以跳，跳死自己。歐陸佢唔喺呢嚿嘢嘅問題度啦 ，angle 問題。但係你呢啲圖你唔可以開 camera， 開 camera 就會爆炸。你會見到一式一樣嘅嘢。random， 我覺得點都係搞呢一度嘅 random file 嚟。vertex maximum 搞。我而家教呢個。會唔會係 normal、alpha、normals 嘅？我呢邊睇咧，佢就會有啲塊柱。就算我教佢咯，呢個我教佢呢個仲衰咯，成。之後我就可以撳 normal edit， 再 auto smooth 開咗，然後再將呢度開一個 normal， 呢個開一個 empty， 呢個叫 normal。我再撳呢。normal 咧，跟住呢個 norm， 跟住呢個 empty 去找。我幾大力去掙扎咧，依然喺呢度嘅。光就絕對冇用。 可以較暗，但係佢唔會光線任何 reaction。係咯，得塊地板有，但係佢哋係唔會。所以點解我會？我係一個唔平滑 surface 啲草嘅 behaviour。我而家要諗嘅咩咧？好。咗去，然之後隨便整條。啊！如果淨係鬥 camera，之後我仲有啲咩要做？而家主要係教佢個 life path， 而家卡緊佢個 life path， 就normal normal 佢呢隻一麻煩嘅就 normal 快。哦，係啦，佢而家 normal 係極度統一啦。另外，我需要一啲 object 整倒形。就未。唔應該啊。Bad face。Bad face 過嚟啲爆。但係其他有冇變？面係圓。 喺度諗緊將一面反向嘅 normal， 我要點樣將 normal 飛向呢個 camera？ 點樣將 normal set 做 face to camera？or 直接有冇可能啊？有冇得咁樣玩啊 ，Brenda？ normal out of face。有冇得啊 ？Knife path 會唔會係 knife？ normal flip 啊！有冇得將佢嘅所有 normal 都對住 camera 算數？即係如果可以將佢啲 normal 自動反轉。video 喂佢知應該佢唔打。佢唔打。LG I will leave。如果我嘅 scene 係純粹係好 bright 嘅話，我直接試。光源全部都平衡嘅。亂啱啊，啱佢咁樣咯，就可以咁。好，你唔係平面嘅時候，你就會覺得成件事就開始掟嘢咯，大個數去翻啲空隙佢。靚嘅，但係佢冇咗一個 shadow 嘅 reaction， 我覺得呢個問題幾重要，因為有 click shadow 啊，即係我就算係夜晚，我啲草都應該有月光照。但係如果我唔用呢個嘅話，我會用 Principal BSDF、ESDF 去呢個 normal 一樣有問題啊！佢呢度係炒個 normal 啊！即係我呢邊 normal 領晒嘢，我唔會喺呢邊 particle random 係呢 normal target 咁我邊度？呢個唔係 target。What the fuck？ 個 normal 會反啊，變咗乾草堆啊！Object X。I kind of like that。撳呢？最暴力嘅就係咁樣啦。呢度係變晒全部統一背光咯。咁咧我就淨係扭個光源咯，扭過嚟。有 camera angle 係咁樣，跟住你扭光晒啲草佢嘅原場。咁啲 shadow 咧，佢有冇 react 過啲 shadow？ 佢嗱而家佢就有 shadow 啦。佢而家有 shadow 嘅 reaction 啦。但後一面其他面咧就會仆街啊！即係你每一個 shot 咧，你都要 set 過啲草佢。我可唔可以 target normal 啊？target 佢 normal 啊！大搞。係冇 camera 啊！fuck camera。佢背啊！喂，如果你斜波嘅話，呢度啲草都會黑咗，因為個 normal 唔係對正嗰個 camera。個 M。 會有啲嘢。呢度係背光，呢度係全部都係光，暗嘅。白色嘅。跟住第三樣嘢我要試嘅係咩咧？樹加呢個 geometry。啊，對啊，整埋街度。
Hi, I'm Christoph, and today we're going to be making an anime-inspired night sky with stars and clouds. I made this scene inspired by Makoto Shinkai's Your Name, and today we're going to be focusing on the stars and clouds. If you're curious about this scene, you can download it together with the source files of this tutorial following the link below. Now, without further ado, let's start making a night sky. Let's start a new blend file. Let's delete the camera, delete the cube, and delete the light. We're gonna add a UV sphere. Let's size it up. Set it to shade smooth. We're gonna turn on the X-ray. We're gonna go into edit mode. We're gonna select the second half of the sphere and just delete all of the vertices. And this is going to be the sky dome that we are going to use for our clouds. Okay, so viewport shading.
Ah, fuck.
Let's dive into our shader editor. Let's add a new shader. We're gonna add an emission shader. And let's add 2 Voronoi textures. One of them we're gonna set to 3 and the other one to 15. We're gonna blend them together using a mix RGB node. Let's plug the distance into one of the nodes and plug it into the emission. Let's also add a mapping and texture coordinate node and plug it into both of the Voronoi textures. And then we're also going to add a color ramp after the mix, and that way we can get a more stylized version for our clouds. And by mixing, we can get these little cloud shapes. We're going to turn this into a transparent shader. To do this, I'm just going to add a transparent BSDF, a mix shader. I'm going to plug the emission and transparent into the mix shader and plug our color ramp into the alpha. And we're going to go to our material properties and set blend mode to alpha blend. Okay, this is going to be the base for our clouds. What we can do is also scale the Z. What this is going to do is going to stretch the clouds, and as you can see, the upper clouds aren't stretched as much as the ones below, which is a nice effect and something.
不過佢係白色，我係黑色嘅。
I want as the ones the upper, but this is going to also scale it. Okay, this is going to be the base for our clouds. What we
因為我啲嘢全部都要加個 inverse 都係咁樣得。
stretch the clouds, and as you can see, the upper clouds aren't stretched as much as the ones below, which is a nice effect and something I want. I can exaggerate it even more by stretching it a bit. And then also what we can do is we can take all of the vertices, the lower vertices of our dome, and we can stretch them a bit also to get a different effect if we want. I like this bell curve. Yep, that seems about right. And I'm gonna set my scale to 1.5 for now. Okay, now we're gonna add a bit more detail to our shader, and we're gonna add 2 Musgrave textures. I'm gonna set the scale to 60, detail to 10, and dimensions to 1. The next one I'm gonna set scale to 90, detail to 10, and dimension to 1. And we're gonna mix them in using a mix RGB node. I'm gonna set the mix to a soft light on each of them. And then we're gonna set it to 0, and we're just gonna mix it in to taste. If you think the clouds are too big, you can go to the color ramp at the end and adjust it so you can get some smaller clouds if you want to. And that's a nice base setup. And I think that's a bit too realistic, and I'm gonna adjust it by adding some color ramps. So let's add color ramps in between the Verona textures and the Mix RGB node, and we're gonna do the same for the Musgrave textures. And then we can start adjusting them.
個細嘅，呢個大。都係雲嘅主體，呢個係雲嘅 detail。15夠啦，加咁大。一隻色。
But this is where I'm going to leave it for now.
Hate it.
Now that we've got this set up, we're going to add some shadow. And to do this, we are going to copy everything up to our color ramp, or Verona to our color ramp, and we're just going to copy paste it. This into our emission shader. And we're also going to add a new mapping node. And
copy 咗之後，跟住就懟落去邊個
emission shader.
shader，因為呢個成件事都變咗 vector。
Also going to add a new mapping node. Just going to delete texture coordinate node. And we're going to take our former mapping node. We're going to plug it into this mapping node. And we're also going to add a new mapping node. Just going to delete texture coordinate node. And we're going to take our former mapping node. We're going to plug it into this mapping node. Make sure it's connected to both of the Verona textures. Once we've got this set up, I'm going to go to the Z-scale of our second mapping node, and I'm going to set it to 1.03. And this is going to provide with a nice highlight. Now I can go into our last color ramp, and I can set up the colors for the scene. So I'm going to use 3 colors. I can go into our last color ramp, and I can set up the colors for the scene. So I'm going to use 3 colors.
佢可以有中
Let's add a. Yeah, this seems about right. I'm going to use tree colors for the scene into our last color ramp, and I can set up the colors for the scene and go into to provide with a nice highlight. Set it to a dark blue, a middle blue that's based on a dark blue, just a tiny bit lighter. And thus the
因為佢而家
and then I'm going to pick also a more light blue, desaturated. And this is going to be the shading of our clouds. I'm gonna set it like this for now. And I like this effect. Yeah, this seems about right. Let's add a background color. Let's go into our shader editor and go to world. Let's go to our background node.
如果要多雲啲嘅話，就喺呢一度。
We can separate the shading of our background from the lighting by adding a mix shader, another background shader, and I'm gonna go insert a light pad, and then is camera ray, and insert it into our mix shader. And that way, we have two controls. One controls the lighting. We're not using that right now. Let me demonstrate that.
雲嘅到啦。啊，對，教 factor，factor，教佢嘅多雲。教你啲雲嘅多有衰嘅。 啲，超級衰嘅喎。因為碎雲佢應該有排。嘅碎雲多，排得唔靚。顏色係呢。
This controls the global lighting, and then this controls the background color, and it's separated from each other.
要同一個 setting 咯。
So that's quite useful. And now we're going to start working on the background color and start working on the stars as well. So let's first set up a gradient. So we're going to add a gradient texture. Plug it into our background. Let's see, it's tilted. So we're going to add a texture coordinate and a mapping coordinate. Let's rotate the gradient by 90 degree, and we're also going to lower it by setting the X to 1.1. And now we can add a color ramp in between the gradient and the background. This gives us some control over our background. Let's add some nice colors. I'm going to pick a lighter blue. It's the horizon. And then we're going to select a darkish blue for the rest of the sky. To get more of a soft gradient, I can set it to something like B-spline. This will make it transition to each other. Okay, this will do nicely for now. I usually tweak the colors at the end, but this seems about right. Now what we can do is add some fog to our clouds to make it blend in with the edge of our horizon. Let's go.
勁碎咯，而家啲。嘅 覺得唔係好，因為佢硬係有啲波波喺度。一度有4條 color RAM 可以。something is free。你知點解佢有啲雲喺外面？就佢，因為係出面嗰啲碎雲。呢個就開始唔合理嘅。校翻做電波，就冇晒散晒咯啲嘢，瞬間係疏。而家係一嚿一嚿啊！形變啊！都係3隻顏色。表現係暗呢個再可以暗。 佢而家個問題係個 shadow 跟唔，係個 highlight 跟唔到，所以就哦。
This is sort of the effect I'm going for. This is going to add some mist to the clouds that seem to be further away. Let's start working on our stars. So I'm going to go back into our world. The first thing we're going to do is add in a Milky Way. And to do this, I'm going to add a mix RGB. I'm going to add a gradient texture.
Oh.
Let's add a color ramp. And let's set up our color ramp. This. And we can make it softer by making it into a B-spline. Now let's add a texture mapping coordinate. And I'm going to add a separate XYZ and a combine XYZ. And we are going to manipulate the X factor. So
你點話佢 generate
X into
separate 之後再 combine。睇下先，佢呢個 add 去邊度啊 ？add 落去 add 度。
jagged Milky Way. Now we can use
佢嗰個可以
jagged effect.
blur 嗰個超 blur 啊。 咁重咗呢個。 God damn！搞一。而家佢呢一堆人開始，一堆人喐啊，關事啊！係就係呢度。我點解佢淨係 affect 到上affect 到下面 ，affect 唔到上面？打恐懼啲。哦。 睇唔清大佬。幾時開咗張咁樣嘅 map 出嚟？
Oh yeah, before I forget, let's set this mix node to screen. This one too. Also that echo. This is going to create a lot of small stars, but we only want them to be located in this Milky Way. And so we're going to keep it simple, and we're just going to use this color ramp of our Milky Way as bits be located. And this is going to This is going to create a lot of small stars, but we only want them to be located in this Milky Way. And so we're going to keep it simple, and we're just going to use this color ramp of our Milky Way as an alpha and plug it into this screen. So now we have more stars towards the Milky Way. And we can adjust the amount of
哦，
the color ramp. And maybe you want even more stars. So let's select our Voronoi, set it to 150. And then I'm gonna add it in again using a screen. Let's add another color ramp. Plug it into our screen. And again, we're gonna use this color ramp as an alpha. Alright, let's have a look at our scene.
Wow, 屌佢密集啊！
That looks pretty cool. Let's have a look at this Shinkai scene. I used the grass from my EV grass tutorial in this one. And I also added
佢啲顏色點樣揀啊？哇屌！
which is basically a very basic emission shader set with strength to 20. And then I use a bloom to get it to glow. I also used some curves to get this comet's trail. And then I used a procedural
Oh.
shader to make it appear like it's moving. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the comet, but if you're interested, you can always go have a look at the notes following the link in the description below.
睇佢啲草喎，
And
啲草係直接熄咗啊！我覺得應該係。最恐怖嘅係佢所有資源都係免費，好撚癲。 哇！佢啲草要反光㗎，佢啲草。哇！癲嘅，我都砌粒星出嚟咯，好撚暴力，好撚硬啊！但係單純咁樣砌落去算數，落個 alpha，之後佢啲草。係 curve 嘛？佢啲 curve 係點樣變到一撇一邊？佢冇 bevel 喎 ，what the fuck？頂！要變得哇個做乜除啊！好恐怖啊！A 嘅。係雲。夠。呢個係細雲。月亮。佢係大嘅雲。水星。個 glass 喺邊 ？F render as path material 2。啊！個 light 係點？啊！ render path your 2。哇！哇 ，OK。哇！完全 fix 咗我之前考慮嗰一個 problem 點算 ？Easy。This is exactly what I want. What the fuck? It just happened. Fucking hell. 即係佢呢啲係純粹 hair 啊！哇黐線，跟住仲可以玩埋 hair animation， 一個 dynamic， 跟住佢就要喐啦，但係好力，有10000。哇！草啊！一開波直接用佢啲 hair 就搞掂嘅嘢。 你揾到幾種？可唔可以再用埋同一種方式去做啊？但係佢 hair 係點樣出嚟？human 呢個係可以window， 唉，飛啊！哇！黐線，好多角色。Open the new scene, add the light。佢呢個個 character 都係 3D 嘅話就正。買一張 plane 嘅話，會好啦，開心。係啦，呢個係 effect 嚟，嚇死！佢攞隻猴子去袋啊，好過癮啊！呢個係雷電，啊會喐㗎，啊好啲。我都係忍唔住 down 晒佢嗰啲線出嚟。 下先。哇，癲㗎！啊！啊 This is it, I guess. 有啲木頭。佢超硬咯，啲屋俾佢 chop 晒啊！木頭還木頭，支架還支架，牆還牆咁。我的媽！OK， 我而家我而家叫做終於 set 到一樣，我真係要做 target 我想做到有咁樣嘅效果，然之後將所有嘢 mix 起嚟，然之後再睇下我點樣將個 character 嗰啲 shader 懟落去。fucking shader！我居然係場景，其實應該係所有嘢都係場景優先。整完個場景，你先開始去整個 character 咁樣先合理。如果你係有 concept art， 之後你先再搞完成所有嘢。fuck， this is how concept art work。fuck me。going to keep that one. 哇！我都想嘔。哦，呢袋咩嚟㗎？啊！With the fucking glass, I guess. Fucking 又整 glass 啦，又整草啦。方向啱嘅，唔需要。之後第二個難題，點樣喺佢呢啲嘢入面剔一啲我想用嘅？基本上我又冇乜嘢想 我又冇乜嘢討厭，我想成嚿嘢搬過去咯，但我又唔想咁樣。Nope. I'll starting. 係咯。哦。不過有啲 cloud 可以整到咁，我覺得啲 cloud 有劈嘢。不過後面加咗啊，呢個係 world。哦，因為我 control 同埋我 factor 同埋 color 分開咗 mapping。個 color 係 base on factor 嗰一個 mapping， 再加多個 mapping， 所以佢就可以喐啦。翻嚟呢度，唉。Yeah. The way is lit. Only thing that require is the string to follow it. So great when you find a way to follow. Nothing. Very sweet. Oh. 又開始先 path selection path start with the path 佢係有 trial 嘅，哇！佢係成萬喺度咯。佢係 rock。10大 狗嘅。琴日嘅進度唯一一個比較滿意嘅係真係純粹嚿石頭，做緊到。要搞翻好個密度。係佢就得㗎啦。係咪密好多啊？縮細咗。石頭細翻。而家啲草咧係超高嘅。高咧點飛啊！兩個冇鬥過。有冇變？ Ah, where should I starting? Shit. Not even on the should start. Wave test. Wow, 屌，已經好有 feel 啊！Generate. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Oh fuck! 佢點樣？呢度係發生咗啲咩事啊 ？Separate C 同 Y at wave 有咩變數可以教走佢個分別？我點樣操 manipulate 到佢嘅變數啊？黐線，啱做咗嗰幾步已經 feel 到發生緊啲咩事咯。呢啲位已經，Oh, how the fuck did he do that? Jesus. Noise. 啊！即係呢個就係教顏色啦，呢個係教唔同深淺嘅顏色。教深色嘅顏色，教深啲。好誇張啊！搭唔夠幾步已經見到個效果啊！啊 fuck fair follow it follow all the fucking first will determine 呢個 factor 成張 map 嘅。 呢個係 soft light， 佢用好多 soft light 喎，一落張 gradient， 張 gradient 佢乜都唔教添。F 落落嚟呢度，做啲咩效果？有啲 gap 喺呢啲。如果我可以將佢用緊呢一個 style apply 落去啲石頭度嘅話咧，咁就證明基本上我理解緊發生到啲咩事，我理解到發生緊啲咩事。如果我 apply 到一樣嘢，然之後我完全係參照佢個 scene 嚟做嘅。啊！教咗。前嘅。OK， 都 affect 緊啲咩？緊啲哦，佢呢個係下面呢個教力，我翻去嚟呢度睇啊，好似係呢個變數啊，係咯。點解呢個佢會教顏色咁得意？我教咩色我都冇咩所謂喎，其實呢張 noise。因為其實呢個精髓係咩咧？其實係佢啲 shape 咯，即係你望落去，你唔想真係一個平滑啲 glass 嘅 edge 喺嗰邊啊！即係就算唔密鋪都冇所謂，因為其實佢成件事都係一體。然後而家嘅問題就係單純啲差太勁。即係我要做到佢嗰個暗暗地嘅 feel 咧，我最終出嚟嘅結果咧，個顏色差距係唔可以大。咁如果我想做日頭嘅話咧，就呢度校翻，係啦。咁咧呢啲 shade 呢啲陰影咧，會喺呢一度一張 map 度校翻。可能啲 colour 之後再搞。我唔明白呢一張係 for what 啊 ？diffuse 我漏咗個 normal， 一係校 normal 嘅。 哇，多成件事，冇之前嗰啲，哇，無啦有一堆喺度，啊，跟住呢個係純粹 moveless 佢再用多一張去 determine。其實佢呢邊嘅操作同佢 cloud 嘅差唔多。呢個 noise。I'm wondering. Noise. Noise. 不過呢度係用 noise texture 個 factor。可以睇到效果。separate Y2Z， 之後再開個 F。因為佢呢個係 determine 嗰個 softness， 呢個 softness 只會喺個 edge 度表現。如果我將呢佢發生啲咩事？跟住呢個教科啲繼續用翻呢一樣。 呢個應該係 multi。翻嚟啦，跟住我呢個就可以整咯，推過。但其實咧，下載啦。好跳。affect 唔到。好，佢會變咗呢張 map。Herman 呢張，我試下倒張。偷睇係要減啊嘛，一個減一個。不過我倒翻轉，揩一揩減一嚿，減呢條。Kind of on that level. 好啦，第二個 factor。sunlight affect 應該係 affect 到嘅。第一樣咧就係佢呢邊咧，佢盞燈係可以做到互動嘅。我將呢度較光佢係有互動嘅。啲 light 係跟到隻色走，但係點解我跟唔到？邊度出咗問題咧？係1000放咗一打。石頭係有 reaction， 間屋都有 reaction，但係啲草 reaction。 因為佢而家呢度全部都係因為樣 grave 咧grave 喺呢度。上面有 noise 停點。發生嘅。有啊 action 哇佢哇佢有影添㗎，屌啲啦！啊！其實佢個 scale 都好大喎，58唔係51x 喎，佢成個 scene 都好大啊！而家呢個成個 scene 都係得個1米幾嘅啫。佢講緊呢度50喎，50乘47米喎，但係點解佢可以密鋪到咁啲？ 有冇墨鋪啊？其實佢都冇墨鋪啊，好似。我覺得其實佢都好疏啊。係1萬。之後佢嘅草係會交錯嘅，所以佢會有一種超亂咯，而家啲草。屌！啊！有啲咩我要保留咧？如果係咁嘅話，我要 apply 落去嚿石頭嘅話，我要將佢呢隻草嘅玩法 apply 落去。其實佢主要都係佢用好多嗰隻呢個叫唔知 void 唔知乜嘢。 Okay. Play with the fucking guy. I guess. 個半鐘。哦，對啊，Earth 度，我有翻少少嘅構圖啊！有階段性嘅，都係 start 去個係呢度 link 係錯。 我有啲啊，唔使做啊，好啦，兜嘅垃圾。backpack 睇唔到，佢係轉，但係佢呢度都冇轉喎，呢度有問題啊！我咪開咗個 factor，之後 screening 啊，落埋個 factor，有兩個 factor 喺呢個。 啱好咧係食唔到落去嘅，就食到。之王。What the fuck！ 哇，係極光啊！屌，係條極光喺嗰邊咯。哇，誇張！呢個係 frog 㗎嘛？佢呢個係武器咯，你當好過嘢真係咁樣煲嚟用。過先啊，係啦，好誇張，真係有嚿極光喺度。之後佢唔知點解溝埋變咗綠色喎。屌曉喐嘅極光多啲跟住我就可以撳呢嚿嘅，呢個開 random，皆大歡喜啦，跟住。今日可唔可以完成個場景佢咧？屌！因為呢個係 determine 咗 star 嘅數。哦。fuck！哇！點解會無啦啦變咗極光咁樣奇怪？佢 佢點樣做到極光啊？啊？How? When? 呢度？係啊，啲參數一樣嘅喎，佢都應該要做到先啱㗎嘛。但係佢嗰條星空係冇咁 firm 嘅喎，成件事。佢嗰個係好靚嘅喎。色唔近先啦，但係佢個 shape 唔應該係咁，應該係一支嘢。呢個係移動啫，問題係出喺邊度啊 ？X， 我有理由懷疑應該喺張 map 度，呢兩張 map， 但係我啲嘢係跟住佢。之後係啊，我會做咗呢個效果出嚟，咁得意啊！因為隻色又唔同咗。如果我想抄翻散佢咧，哦，原來係呢個。想抄翻散佢就用呢個去抄，係啦，咁樣就散好多啦。咁條極光咧就冇咁誇張，但我記得極光應該係幼好多嘅，冇咁 thin， 粗啲啊，仲唔知喎，我冇諗過我要做極光。就再喺呢度。極光係地球前。係咯，佢條星雲，同埋佢而家佢對佢成條星雲嘅 determine， 佢嗰個值都好大，一個校100，一個校100。佢呢度都過埋，過晒喎，老細你。我可以喺呢度校，可以喺呢度校。啲星星而家點解咁大粒？到200添。 佢呢個又喺邊度開始？頭先佢有4張 texture。一張。Oh shit, where am I? 咁撚多衰運嘅。點解會咁密嘅？ 都係咁。因為我近睇嗰啲雲係唔會有好明顯一嚿圓形喺度咯，點樣 set 到冇晒圓形嘅？上面啱啊，下面。係喎。好 firm 咯，發生緊。咁 firm 嘅。 而家係個 shape 有問題。不過可以整到咁。what the fuck red color whale 會無啦啦去咗喊。而家機鋪有問題，因為有 flat。嗰個好蓬鬆喎，冇咁快咗。我咁樣壓落都唔應該係咁，好成係個 shape 有問題，即係呢兩張上面呢兩張圖。係前嗰啲位。佢只會更加 firm 嘅。啲碎雲都唔得咁。哦。有個問題。佢可以咁有個 shape， 冇彈機，好似有 save， 唔好嚇我。大家都咁。下邊。 之後個效果又。啊！佢好似冇啊！我一樣嘢要嘅係喺下面嗰得。喺嗰邊。開咗啲。咪顏色嗰邊有問題啊！不過佢啲顏色可以砌到咁藍。 你 呢度有咗。高咗屏幕。交翻俾快好多，因為佢所有嘢都係拆好。
大家平常都是怎么消暑的呢？这阵子天气热到连听说有人在打野战，大家的重点呢也都偏掉，担心他们会不会中暑。那其实消暑的方法有很多，像之前呢就有台电员工分享，他们在水里面加酸梅来生津止渴，然后这个预防中暑。有网友说呢，现在出门呢会携带这个清凉滚珠瓶，或者是呢凉感纸巾随时擦拭身体降温。甚至日本呢也有一款围兜衬衫很红，看似有穿，但又不算真的穿，方便需要穿西装的上班族使用。而台湾有些仪队呢，其实也有类似的做法，有一种呢把这个袖子腰背都挖掉的特殊衬衫，在穿的时候呢，先把这个衬衫扎到裤子里面，再套上这个礼服的外套，这样外观看不出来，里面也能凉快一点点。那大家除了吹冷气之外，还有什么消暑秘方吗？留言分享吧。大家平常都是怎么消暑的呢？这阵子天气热到连听说有人在打野。
喺呢度會有 break 嘅。Perfect。阿方。500幾喎係。 Bevel。哦，冇事，驚佢啫喎。應該係用形咯，會用正方形。掛定落。飛走。 都應該唔使啊，係嘛？真係要。 啲嘢都係插落去。好整門啊！佢冇門啊！啊，sad。哦，break wall。梗係嘅，梗係要諗點樣整個支撐架。喺呢度。我其實應該係成件事。嗯。Holy mother of what am I doing? 幾時縫埋咗一齊㗎？分翻開啊，唔該。唉，頂嗰邊又食咗一個碟咯。頂你個肺！咦？哇 rebuild 啊，成件事，唉，差唔多啦，收皮，收住台繼續做，唉。